And hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the live stream. It's 5 o'clock on the Sunday, on this Easter Sunday, another glorious Sunday afternoon. And good evening and good afternoon to Amazed Days. Yes, I have downloaded the 2019 updated timetable, but thanks to you, because I've got no idea that was coming along. So hopefully that will add something to things. And here's confirmation then. I haven't got a timetable uploaded today, but the 4 runs, the plan will be, we'll start off with a Network Rail HST, so that'll be Euston to Milton Keynes, and I think it'll go via the yards at Wembley and Euston. Then the Southeastern high-speed line, a class 395 Javelin Ashford to St Pancras. It was going to be the TGV, and then I realised that it's ages since I've actually looked at the TGV, and I thought there's 13 steps, I think it is, to get that thing working. So I thought I'll give that a miss for now. But the Javelin hopefully be nice. Then we'll have the class 710 Euston to Milton Keynes, and that's a test run, as they weren't fully operational in the early part of 2019. And then finally the class 87, a Railtour run from Primrose Hill through to Milton Keynes again. Oh, excellent. No, that's great. Yeah, it's good that you keep track of these things, to be honest. I think you do a great job in that respect. It's really good to know all these things that's going on. One of me, I think when I loaded up this stream on Microsoft Edge, it was showing up that there was an error, but hopefully it's all okay. Let me know if there's any problems at all, but it's kind of, sometimes it shows up as being okay and then not okay at the same time. And we'll get Train Sim World 5 loaded up, and we'll get underway. No, I think it's absolutely great, to be honest, Amazed Taze. I think it's great that you keep track of these things, and it helps. I mean, it helps the chat along the way as well with these streams, because you're generally in the know with what's going on. Good evening, Boeing Aviation as well. Welcome to the live stream. And it's funny, it seems to be every Sunday just lately that I've started this stream in brilliant sunshine, which is always fantastic. It's been a lovely day. I feel slightly underprepared because we took Harry out, our Westie, for a nice run just before Sunday lunch. So we had a nice hour or so out with Harry, and then Sunday lunch sitting outside in the garden. So it's all been a very nice day. You might say excellent, as I was saying in the preview. So we'll get underway then with this HST. So I know we've got a couple of new added runs with this timetable, that the latest version that I downloaded earlier on, but I'm going to do the 1835, which is essentially is from the Railway Technical Centre, I think RTC, to Derby Railway Technical Centre, but we're going to be running it from Euston to Milton Keynes, so the 1835. Ah, right, it's not been so nice in London, has it? Oh, that's great, yeah, fantastic. I've gone back to putting the headphones on because I did have one comment last week after the stream that they were hearing an echo on the AWS, and I played it back, and I think they were being very perceptive, and you could hear it slightly. But I thought I'll go back to having the headphones on, and then hopefully there's not that slight distortion. Yeah, it's been absolutely glorious here in Staffordshire. We've got absolutely incredible sunshine. There's not a cloud in the sky actually. But clearly not like that sort of London way in the southeast. I think having these Network Rail runs are, again, just adds a little bit of something to the game as well. And I know we have a bit of a trip through the yards as well in this run. I kind of had a brief go of it the other day, although I didn't do it in any great depth. Good afternoon, or it's one of those times of the day where you say, is it good afternoon or is it good evening? But hello to N8 Scooby. Apologies, by the way, that the chat kind of disappeared halfway through on the stream yesterday, but it was the first time that I'd uploaded. I've kind of, before, when I've uploaded multi-part videos, I've kind of done it by creating the one video on Adobe Premiere, and I found that the trouble with that is it takes absolutely ages for it to upload to YouTube. So I've kind of worked out that you can put the two videos in one go, which kind of worked, but we got the chat knocked off halfway through. I've got the green signal. got the enhancement pack back in as well, by the way. I took it out for last week, but I think as you were saying, Amazing Days, it looks absolutely no problem with it, so it's back in again. I did see a lovely potential looking scenario on the forums around about. They were talking about the cross city line, and I think it might have been you, N8 Scooby, who said that it's not the most exciting of pieces of DLC, but he's created a brilliant looking scenario which is absolutely full of stock at Birmingham Euston with the Pendolinos. He's used the 710 as a representative of the 769s. Good evening, first class trains. That is really appreciated. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for watching, and the subscription is really appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, hope you enjoy the stream. We'll try and make this a trouble-free run as possible. Usually something goes wrong along the way. No fault to the driver, obviously. Say certainly when money's allowed, I'm a great fan of travelling first class, because it just adds a lovely feeling to the day. Be able to have a bit of a meal on board and have a couple of glasses of wine. Those signals when we go through the yard. I've no idea if we've got anything coming up that might prevent our progress. But yeah, that Birmingham scenario, that it was by a chap called Spike Yorks who did the scenario that we did the other week on the video with that Network Southeast run from Victoria to Brighton, so it's got an eye for detail. I have to say, absolutely buzzing for the idea of doing that run. It made Birmingham New Street look the way it should. I mean, it's supposed to be one of the busiest stations in the country, and he made it look like that. I just wished Dovetail Games could upgrade the Cross City line and upgrade the Manchester Hadfield Glossop line as well, which would add a great deal to it. I kind of thought it was worth having another week at this West Coast Mainline 2019 timetable, and this is the new version of it that was uploaded today, a couple of additions to it. But there's just so much on there. I mean, you could fill up a few weeks of live streams. There's so much included. And tremendous thanks to the people that have been involved over at OTS Simulation, because they've done an absolutely sterling job. Hope you're all having a lovely Easter. As I recall, Maze Tage, you've not got an extended Easter break. I've done the yellows already, and already see a speed limit coming down to 15 miles an hour, so we've got a bit of thinking about to do here. Line train coming through. I love this early evening sunshine as well, with the that golden glow off the tracks. It looks absolutely lovely. Yeah, not much of a Easter break for you, but really you've just had the kind of the normal weekend, haven't you, apart from anything else? This for me is the first weekend of the extended weekend of the year. I've not had any time off since Christmas, and I have to say, I was kind of thinking about this before the stream. It doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago since I was doing the Christmas stream, and here we are doing Easter. Yeah, that's great. Well, I suppose, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know you're settling into the new job as well, but yeah, I guess it's still only a few weeks in, isn't it, really, all told? To go full steam ahead, as it were, because oh no, we've got a yellow, haven't we? So that's something at least. Just had my first slice of chocolate orange as well, so I'll perhaps have a bit more of that a little bit later on, and then tomorrow I'm going to tuck into brother's brought me an Easter egg, so I might have a go at that tomorrow. history in these parts, but aside from that, when you look at the traffic that's coming through and the overall effects, the sheer amount of trains, this is absolutely incredible. We've had the news this week of the this cargo line 3 coming out now, haven't we? And that's only a couple of weeks away, which we'll be looking forward to. Add a bit of variety to the intermodal trains that we could do on the game. And I know you've posted a couple of things on the forums, haven't you, Mateys, about the Class 66 and hoping that we get proper length formation trains and making sure we got the power that's available to operate them. Right, do you reckon it's going to clear, do you, if we move forward slightly? N8 Scooby. Railtour run. I love how, we're not kind of top priority. So we are kept waiting. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. We're right a distance, but yeah, we've still got a bit of a wait. Yeah, there we are. So should get through and take 53. Ah, brilliant news! Yeah, that would be good. I still remember, mind you, it's reminiscent to some of my runs, to be honest. But the preview video of the Mildmay North London line with Matt Pedleston getting stuck in the snow with the 66. Oh yes, indeed. Yeah, I can't believe that's a week ago already. But oh, what an incredible night! I really enjoyed it, and it was great to see a couple of Europeans at the top of the leaderboard as well, battling it out. And Justin Rose did so well, and you have to feel sorry for him though, because that's 3 times that he's come second in the Masters, twice as in the playoff as well, so close. But it was an amazing night, full of ups and downs and great drama. Yeah. Well, I was kind of in 2 minds. I didn't mind Rory winning, but yeah, it would have been nice. Would have been nice to have an Englishman winning, I guess. But it was, yeah, thoroughly enjoyed every minute of it. I was glad I was sat in front of the TV at 6 o'clock, in advance of the opening tee shots, and every moment of it. It was just, I have to say, I thought Rory did so well, though. I mean, he made a few mistakes, it's fair to say, but the strength of character to bounce back and to go on to win it was It's incredible. And just a quick thought as well. Next weekend, it's FA Cup semi-final weekend, and I'm hoping after that it's going to be a steady routine of Sunday streams. But I think next weekend, because I do like to watch both FA Cup semi-finals, so we might actually have a Friday night stream. So perhaps after Friday night dinner about 7:30 or something. It might only be 3 hours, but I was thinking that for next weekend. Oh, well done, Scooby. Wow. There you go. We're looking at a world champion. Wow, that's brilliant. Just as well on this train driving malarkey that you know, there's not a league table with so many people going head to head, because I think I'd probably end up in relegation material. So hopefully we're going to get some clearance in a sec if we're due away 18:53. Let's see red signals on the fast lines anyway, so that's hopefully good news. Yeah, there we go. We've got a single yellow anyway to begin with. How many people compete in that then, N8 Scooby? Yeah, I must admit I've missed out on the football results today, because sort of with sitting having Sunday lunch out in the garden, see Leicester and Liverpool and 0-0 at half time. Wow, that's incredible, Scooby, well done. Been mightily chuffed though to have done so well. Right, I can see a green up ahead, so we should be alright now, hopefully. racing in these championships for Scooby. I don't blame you. I think it's worth shouting from the rooftops. That's very, very well done. Central. I don't know whether we've got a clear run all the way through to Milton Keynes. Time will tell on that, I suppose. Things like that, Pendolino racing through, and then the Bakerloo line train racing through on the other side, and then 50, and another Bakerloo line train. It's such a busy route. I think I said yesterday, Scooby, but you know, I'm perhaps a bit biased, but you know, to me there's no place quite like the West Coast Mainline for you know, busy traffic. Incidentally, I haven't had a chance to do a full run of the Watford DC line service that I did last week, but I did spawn it in yesterday at Harrow and Euston at the appropriate time, and I could see the two trains that were affected, but in just on foot, looking on the platform at Harrow and Euston, the 378 moved away as it should do. The Bakerloo line train was held in the turnback sidings with the restricted signal, and then it waited until it had cleared before it moved into the platform. So I don't know why there was a problem last week. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, there you go. So you are truly one of the elite. I mean, the only thing I think of is perhaps because I hadn't got the enhancement packet, maybe there was some sort of weird effect on the signalling, but other than that, I'll just put it down to generally the signalling in Trenton will is pretty stable. You know, you don't tend to get these issues, do you? But there's the odd thing that can happen, I guess. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. But never mind. Yeah, absolutely, Scooby, yeah. Not to be sneezed about. Yeah, I think it's a great achievement. Yeah, just going back to the, you know, that cargo line pack. What is it, version 3? But yeah, looking forward to that. I mean, I'm not massively knowledgeable on all these variations with the Freightliner stuff, but I think it's good that we're getting a bit more variety. Yeah, it really is. There's some good YouTube videos of the camp rides of some of these runs as well that it's undertaken. Idea, and again it's just getting round to doing these things and kind of remembering in a future week, but I do quite like the idea of that prospect of maybe doing one of the other Network Rail trains and doing that run from Brickwell Lane. Great reskins, great possibilities out there, and it's also good that you can do all these free running modes. I did have a quick go on the Primrose Hill line from Camden Road on the North London line, but you can literally only do about half a mile, can't you, from on the Mileway line. I think it'd probably be better to, you were kind of doing the journey in the opposite direction for now, just try and probably run it from through Euston again, really. Though having said that, when we do the 87 a bit later on, we're going to be starting that from Primrose Hill. We have got the full line on St Classic. I know when I did that Harwich to, well, it's supposed to be a Harwich to Glasgow train, I think I called it. It's the European, I think it's called. We did the full section on the North London line all the way from Stratford. We joined the West Coast Mainline at Primrose Hill. How on Trains and World they keep the speed limit appropriate for your train indicated up there, so you know, you kind of know not to go over the top of it. Ah, good evening, Hayley. Welcome again to the stream. I know you've been very busy, haven't you? Sorry I haven't really had a chance. I've seen quite a few times where you've been streaming, and I know you've been very busy with lots of videos, and so thanks for all the hard work that you've put in with those. Videos centering on the what's it called, the LIRR route. I've only got the original version of that. I've never bought the upgraded version. Yeah, my pleasure, yeah. Should be overtaking this 350. Not even sure I've got it properly installed at the moment. It's one of those routes though, you see all these tracks, and obviously I don't know much about the line in real life, but it always seems to be incredibly quiet on the Trains and World version. You kind of feel as though you should have loads of trains rushing through, a bit like how we have here on the West Coast Mainline. So I don't know whether there's just a load of services that are missing. Surely it can't be quite that quiet in real life, can it? Yes, I think I will, Hayley, and I'll probably more than likely when I stream it have to switch the advanced safety systems off, because I'm not greatly well averse to the German signalling system yet. But yeah, I'm kind of really looking forward to that coming out, because it just feels as though this is a bit more than the Cardiff City network. You really have got a proper network of 3 decent looking lines, so there looks like plenty of variety with that, and it looks really good, and particularly now they've got the airport part of the line included as well. 3's coming out now. But I presume we'll find out a bit more probably in the May stream as to when that's going to be released, but hopefully not too far away. Hello, Gaming85, good evening, welcome again to the stream, thanks for watching. I always think when I see 1985, I can remember, I can see it in my mind's eye, but going on holiday we went to Newquay, we stopped at a cottage and we went on FA Cup final day where Manchester United beat Everton 1-0, and I listened to the commentary on the radio going down, but I can barely believe that's 40 years ago. And of course, thinking about it, it was that time as well, just after when I think it's actually this week, the 40th anniversary of Steve Davis against Dennis Taylor, which was the most amazing, one of the most incredible sporting events I've ever seen in my life. Because Dennis Taylor had a good year actually, a good season, but he'd had a sad year because his mum passed away during the season, and he went on to win the Rothmans Grand Prix. I remember the September before, I think it was September, October, but then he came to the World Championship, got to the final, and he just seemed utterly delighted to be in the final, only to then find himself 7-0 down after the first session, 8-0 down after the first frame of the evening session. But then he pulled off this amazing sequence. He was only 9-7 adrift overnight. But then even during the next day, and it was a Sunday when it finished, the World Final that year, rather than the Monday when it generally is, and he pulled it back to 17-15 down though still, pulled it back to 17-all, then that incredible decider after midnight, which went on for over an hour, and we had all those shenanigans on the black, and even then it looked as though he'd thrown it away, and then that final cut into the pocket that Steve Davis had, it looked unmissable. He thought, oh, after all that, Dennis Taylor, he's not going to win it. He's still not going to win it. But Steve Davis missed, and the rest is history. And I think that was the only point in the entire match that Dennis Taylor led in the match, was when he potted that final black. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that was a big surprise, wasn't it? And put up again a good effort to pull it back to 9-all last night, but the curse of the Crucible struck again. Quite a few players over the years have lost in the first round, having won it the year before. I mean, Dennis Taylor lost in the first round in '86, and I'll go back even farther because I can remember Steve Davis in '82 playing Tony Knowles and being absolutely annihilated. He looked as though he could barely pot a ball, and he lost 10-1, I think it was. I do love the World Championships. Quite a few years since I've been to the Crucible now, but it's always a good night out. again, a bit of a tangent point, but delighted as well this season that the BBC have finally seen sense and brought back the proper version of the World Championship snooker theme. We haven't got that horrible little remix version that we've had for a few years. That tune was created by, I think that was, I can't remember, it was the American, wasn't he? Doug Wood, his name was, and there's a great video, again you watch that on YouTube, where they did a little feature on him, and he didn't write it for the BBC, he didn't even know what snooker was, and he was kind of delighted to realise how successful it was. Oh, fantastic debate stage, yeah. I've never been to. I went to the World Championships, you know, a load of times, probably a dozen times over the years. And we also in Stoke we used to have a ranking tournament that was on ITV at Trentham Gardens that was on in September, and that run for 3 or 4 years. But I've never been to any of the other tournaments. I imagine the Masters. I mean, it just looks, the atmosphere when you watch it on the telly looks absolutely incredible at Alexandra Palace, and you don't go as far back as going to when it was at the Wembley Conference Centre, do you? That used to look, that was like the biggest venue in snooker. Treat as well, the Masters, just after Christmas, and it's just something nice to sit down to in these cold winter months. Of course, it's well connected as well, Alexandra Palace, from the train point of view as well. Ah, right, okay, yeah. But yes, it looks incredible. And I think the funny thing is, I mean, you have the darts there only a couple of weeks before, and then they transform it into a snooker arena very, very soon after. I can't remember whether I've asked you before, but have you been to the darts as well at Ali Pali for the World Championship? Yeah, that looks a good night out. I know Christopher's been to the darts a few times. In costume as well, from what I can gather. Know actually out of the people that go the World Championship darts, though, how much of it can they remember the following day after having drunk about 10 pints, because that's obviously the main objective of the day. But I'm sure it's absolutely a fabulous night out there. I'd love to go myself one of these days. think it'd be compulsory to stop over the night though. And you know, sort of escape with the sore head the following day. Still 0-0 then, Leicester-Liverpool by the looks of things. Atmosphere though, some of these runs on this route, it's absolutely incredible. Better get a bit more brakes on because the signal's just beyond the platform. We think he's going to get the run on us now. Wouldn't be surprised yet. I think that would be I think that'd be great. And I think we've discussed before, haven't we? But you've really got to think if they're going to do it, it's got to be either the Piccadilly line or the Met line or the District line, because everything else is pretty much ATO operated. And okay, even with the Met line, you'd have to kind of backdate it a little bit to have it not ATO operated through the tunnels from Finchley Road. Both would be nice. I love the feel of the stations on the Met line. Lovely. I mean, we've got no way of knowing, have we? But it's lovely to know what Just Trains are working on. Only they know the answer to that one. But I think that would be an amazing add-on for Train Sim World, because it's, you know, it's a really good run on Train Sim Classic at the moment. I never asked you, May Says, but I'm guessing you were running the same run at the same time as usual. Oh, there you go. You've put your score up. I've missed it. Oh, well done. Wow. There you go. Well done, mate. Yeah, you beat me there. That's 1-0 to you. I think I came a cropper with the when we came off the yard, and I was speeding a little bit. Yeah, I'd love to see, Hayley, the old trains or the new ones. Either would be great. I think the trouble with the central line, if they did it as it is now, is that would be ATO operated, wouldn't it? Yeah, fantastic. Well, you've taken the lead, and but yeah, really enjoyed that actually. Always good to have a go on that Network Rail HST. Yeah, well, I suppose you never know, Scooby. I mean, my knowledge on the underground is not massive. I mean, hasn't the Jubilee always been ATO operated? Because it's a fairly modern line, isn't it? Only came into being in the can't remember now. Was it the 70s? So what have we got next then? I'm trying to remind myself now. So we're on the Southeastern high speed line. So class 395, we're going to do Ashford to St Pancras. It was going to be a TGV, which I have downloaded until I realised just the palaver involved of setting up the train. I thought I'll make it into a 395. Right, okay. I see. Yeah. But yeah, I think just any underground line would be good. But there is a kind of a limited amount they could do, really, that isn't ATO operated. Because I can't remember, you said it last week, might have been you, Scooby, but I think you said, well, the trouble is, if you kind of did it where you got the mode where you didn't have to do it in ATO mode, there's kind of no signals in real life now, so it'd be a bit challenging. Yeah, and of course we've basically got the destock in the train already, haven't we? So, and that's quite decent as well. I like the that Isle of Wight version. The sounds are perhaps a bit loud at times, but they are pretty decent. So we're going to do Ashford to St Pancras. So we'll go for a morning one, I think. There we go. We'll go the 10:41. Ashford International to St Pancras International. So this is 1 Juliet 25, 10:41. They're always curious, weren't they, the D-stop with the single doors. Have any of you had great practice on running the TGV, by the way? I did have a quick go at it because it was ages since I tried it earlier on. And I did the training module thing on it, but once I've gone through all the steps of getting the thing to move, I thought, right, we're going to do the 395. Ah, right, okay. Didn't know that, Scooby. You see, I could live with that, having the 700 with signals. But I suppose, I mean, in some ways, I suppose it'd be slightly good fun if you kind of got the ATO mode through the tunnels, and then you get to Drayton Park, and then you switch over to normal mode. But I don't know. I'd be all right with anything on there, I think. Oh, excellent, to me. So you'll be in practice. Yeah, the TGV looks lovely. I mean, it did kind of occur to me. I mean, I could have perhaps still done the TGV, set the thing up, and then saved it, and then come back. But I suppose that would have been cheating a bit, wouldn't it? Have I put the AWS on? I can't remember now. Yeah, we've got it on now anyway. Yeah, that's kind of what intrigued me, really, and I did fancy giving it a run, but it was just the palaver of getting the thing set up, and I thought, I don't mind there being a few steps to it, but you can't really do it from the keyboard as far as I can gather, so I wasn't that keen on the idea of trying to work out where all these different controls are. Go with the 395. That's not to say I won't do the TGV at some point. I've just thought, I know what I like to do when I'm driving this. I always feel as though the sound is a bit soulless from the cab, so I quite like to have the cab door open. Oh, right, I like it, Scooby, yeah. Yeah, I think when you were talking about, I think when you were on about some of the Network Rail trains, I think you mentioned that, didn't you? Yeah, I bet that looks quite interesting. We have got the stop at Euston International as well as Stratford in this run. The bit that always slightly throws me whenever I'm doing this train is that it's quite slow into St Pancras, isn't it? It doesn't seem to give you any definite clue as to what speed you're going to go down to. So the number of times I've come into St Pancras and I've been going too fast beggars belief. It's not too loud now. I've opened the door, but I just like to be able to hear the motors a bit. Some of those other Network Rail units. There's the motorway. Still, I mean, I've downloaded your 378 with the representation of the underground with that, so I must give that a try at some point as well. I've noticed there's somebody on Trains and Community as well that's been kind of working on expanding the paths a little bit for some of the DLCs, so that you can create scenarios with slightly better movement of traffic. Waiting for a run on the Javelin line where we get to Barking and we've got the 720 Greater Anglia services and the at least a feeling of the tube, whether you've got either the S8 or the D-stop services. I wouldn't mind either way really. Probably said it yesterday in the stream, but I'm wondering with this Richmond extension, are we going to get the D-stop trains put in at Richmond to Gunnersbury, or is it going to be, is Johannes going to pull something out of the fire a bit like he did with the Docklands light rail thing with his, I think, transport tycoon bug, wasn't it, I think. That would be quite good. Train to drive this Javelin as well. Yeah, definitely. I know that, I mean, fortunately I don't think it's been a massive problem on the PC, excuse me, but I know it's been a huge issue on the consoles, and we mentioned it most weeks really, but you've constantly got this battle between a game that's absolutely perfect, well not perfect, but runs reasonably well on the consoles, but runs sometimes abysmally on the consoles. It runs well on the PC, I should say. It runs not very well on the consoles. Yeah, absolutely, Hayley. I'm absolutely buzzing for that. I love that section. I mean, it's only another 6 miles, I think it is, to the run, but you've got so much going on. You've got the district line trains at Richmond to Gunnersbury. You've got the power changeover and you go from DC to AC mode, and you kind of go from the country really, and you're going through places like Kew Garden, which has a real country feel about it as well, very nice, to the busyness of Wellston Junction, and then right into the heart of London, and it'll just make it feel a lot more complete. I can't wait for that time when I do my first run from Richmond through to Stratford. This thing hasn't got the speed control on, a bit like the Pendolino, and it would make a lot of sense on these fast runs. It's counterintuitive, but they kind of release these things. They show off how good it is on the stream, and they do all the previews, and well, they're not going to come out and say it, are they? Oh, by the way, we've got an issue on the consoles. It doesn't work properly. To get a bit of honesty sometimes. Yeah, well, that's the point, isn't it? It's not like they kind of say, well, actually it doesn't quite work right on the console, so we're going to offer a discount because of that, still charging the full block price. As far as I know, there's kind of still more of a market for the consoles than there is for the PC for this game. I'm not 100% sure. I've certainly not bought it, as a separate DLC, but I can't remember if it's one of those routes that I bought that came out. I can't even remember all the routes that came out for Trains of World 5, but was it Trains of World 4 or Trains of World 5? Woo. Makes me come out in a cold sweat just thinking about it to these days. But to be honest, I think you've got the right idea with it. It's better off to kind of upgrade the PC off your own back, because you can get it exactly as you want it then. some of these things that, you know, I've just noticed there's road signs there coming this way. Not an absolute ounce of traffic though, but the road must be closed. Where's the cars? I've never seen the M2 that quiet before. Again, I said it a few times doing that Railtour run yesterday, but just love all how much traffic you see in and around London on the Wembley line. But, you know, why can't they go back in and put some cars on it, for goodness sake? Sometimes that they're just not going to mess with any of the existing routes, not trying to improve them, which is a shame. I mean, in the main though, I mean, I don't know, I suppose perhaps it's not a massive thing, because this is still a lovely route, and I do appreciate the way they upgraded it, put this extra line in as well as adding stopping service as well, Dartford to wherever it is. Have a nice little network wheeling, because it's a good run to go through to Faversham as well. Until I've still got the TransPennine liveried 395 in. Was indeed. I wish you could kind of do it so that these reskins only appeared on certain routes. The only way of doing it, I think, at the moment is to kind of delete the reskin, and then, you know, easy enough to put it in another folder somewhere. Have to kind of pretend a little bit that Southeastern were a bit short on stock, and they've borrowed a TransPennine one. Good evening, Andrew. Welcome again. Hope you're doing well on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Well, it certainly is here in Staffordshire. I know Maze Tay says it's not quite so nice in the southeast. How's it? What's it like in Scotland today? Feeling good, Andrew. I always really look forward to Easter, because I very rarely have any time off from work between Christmas and April, or whenever Easter falls. Sometimes it's March, isn't it? But so I always look forward to this kind of extended 4 days, although absolutely flown by, I have to say. I suppose I shouldn't miss it. I shouldn't wish it away because we've still got another day of it yet. Of course, this is the lower platforms at Ebbsfleet because oh, that's good to know. Nice weather in Ebbsfleet as well, as you can see. Of course, they call it Ebbsfleet International, but you can't get the Eurostar trains, I don't think, from here, can you? The next train's due here, so we've got Faversham 11:13, St Pancras 11:18. Right, okay, yeah, no, that'll be interesting, yeah. Oh, that's good. We've got a 700 going over. Don't think I've ever seen that before on this route. Ah, good evening, Christopher. Hope you're well on this Easter Sunday. The first question, of course, to ask is, I hope you had a fabulous day yesterday on the Railtour. And good evening, Lara, as well. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well today. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm going to get back to that chocolate orange a bit later on, but I thought it would be rude to eat whilst I'm streaming. Oh yes, of course. That's a good point, yeah. Right, I see Leicester City relegated from Premier League. Trent Alexander-Arnold's strike moves Liverpool a win away from the title. Yeah, I've got a friend who lives in Leicester, and you know, he was born in the Stoke area the same as me, but he's kind of adopted Leicester as his own team nowadays. Oh, fantastic! Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And I hope they served you well, as it were, and cracking were full of them Transpennine 395s on this route. I mean, I've only seen, I've seen those carriages, and but even like standing next to them and looking in, you're thinking, wow, that would be an incredible day. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, imagine that. Well, we're in kilometres, aren't we? Of course. So we're 140 mile an hour, but it's 225 kilometres per hour. Right, that was probably my Transpennine on mine. Yes, well, Mate Tays might have a thing to say on that point about Tottenham. I was looking at the table the other day where it's kind of, there's that huge difference between the teams just above the relegation zone and just below it. So yeah. Yeah, that was a shame, wasn't it? It was a shame. I'm sure it didn't detract from you enjoying it, but I bet there's one or two people that probably paid for it on the basis. I know you always get the caveat, don't you? I mean, it'll say, the train that they operate depends on operational reasons or weather conditions or can't be guaranteed, all the rest of it, but I bet there's quite a few people that paid for the ticket on the basis that it would be a steam. Well, you never know, you might still win the Europa League. I've still got my hopes of it being Manchester United. And Tottenham Europa League final. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And it won't be the last time I'll drive the Flying Scotsman. I did enjoy it, actually. To be honest, it's I was looking at the complexity of considering driving the TGV earlier on and all the setup. The Flying Scotsman is relatively simple in comparison. I never got round to looking at the full run on real-time trains, where I think it went by the South and Carlisle line. I like it. Yeah, well, I'm hoping for that. I'm hoping for a Spurs United Europa League final, and I'd love the FA Cup final to be something like Villa Forest. I don't really mind whether it's Villa Forest or Palace Forest, but I'd love it to be something just a bit different, and it kind of fits in with the year. We've had Newcastle winning the League Cup, we've had Rory McIlroy winning the Masters, so it'd be nice to have something different in the FA Cup final as well. Fancy again, it could be a contender on the stream one of the weeks, but I do quite like the idea of the Railtour over the 5-circle line. Oh, cheers, Base Days. Coming into Stratford International now. Yo, good evening. Trying to work out what the name is, but yeah, good evening. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's the one I didn't mention, wasn't it? I'd be happy. I'd love to see Arsenal winning the Champions League as well, because that's something that's never happened before. They've reached the final, haven't they? So that would be really good. I like it. I have to confess, and it wasn't anything against Chelsea, but I did get fed up with them winning the. It seemed as though they were winning the FA Cup every year, but that was in the old Didier Drogba days, wasn't it? What a player he was! I think he's still the only player to score in 4 different FA Cup finals. Yeah, well, this is it. It's I mean, Champions League is such a tough competition to win. But I'll always root for English teams, British teams in the European competitions. Yeah, damn good player though, and I mean, for what it was kind of like every time we got a cup final, he was going to score in it. He was such a great player. I always seem to remember how John Motson used to pronounce it as well. He was always Drogba. Again, thinking about Chelsea and Roberto Di Matteo, of course, he scored what was the fastest goal in FA Cup final history in '97 in 42 seconds, and then he scored the last goal at the Wembley under the Twin Towers. Of course, we've had a faster goal since then by Everton Chelsea in 2009. He was a diver, yeah. I'll certainly agree with that. Oh, undoubtedly, and you know, I've got a couple of colleagues at work who are Manchester United supporters, but you know they don't feel like a big team anymore. Been the same since Mr. Ferguson stepped down, but he was always going to be in very, very difficult shoes to fill. On the arrival into St Pancras, because I can never quite remember what the speed comes down to. It sometimes throws me out a bit. Oh yes, of course, forgot to ask, yeah. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, you know, it was a class 47, but... Somebody's caught me out somewhere, hasn't it? Told you it'd catch me out, this thing. Circuit breaker, where's the circuit breaker? Well, I mean, they're 47s, aren't they? They were just converted, really. Right, I've forgotten how you do this. Close the circuit breaker. It's something to do with... Where are we now? Hang on. Neutral. So we're on right, we're off again. Got to have some points knocked off for that, surely. I do remember her. Yeah, that was classic, wasn't it? Back when such programmes were relatively new and novel. I seem to remember it was at the same time as the original Airport with John Nettles as the narrator. He was so great doing that. I used to love watching that. And we had Jeremy Spake as well. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I remember me and my brother, I don't know how old he'd be, but we both used to absolutely love watching that. I think it was always on at the same night. Thursday night, if I remember rightly. I think as well, it was round about that time when you used to get the original Top Gear, so you know, sort of Clarkson was still in it and stuff like that, but it wasn't the kind of the programme that it became. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we did. Yeah, yeah, that was pretty good, I have to say. Safely arrived into St Pancras. Yes, I do remember that well. Yeah, it was some of the stuff, it was just absolutely spot on. And you could really relate to it. You had to have watched Airport to really understand the two programmes. You've got to have beaten me, surely. Oh my word. Wow, there you go. I've won by 4 points. It obviously hasn't given me any penalties for that quite disastrous arrival into the platform. So, well. Oh, I'll take that. No, that Trans-Pennine version, it's just simply a reskin that I've downloaded, a mod off Creators Club, but you'd kind of, to make sure that you don't have it in the game, you'd have to just delete it, and then you could store it somewhere and then put it back in as and when you want. But I've still got it left there. I know, 4 points, yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, yeah, yes, yeah. It was pretty good, I have to say. Yeah, in fact, we've got an Avanti West Coast liveried 395 there. That's the 1125 to Rochester coming up. You can see the King's Cross new building over there. You can see the approach to the very impressive St Pancras building. Can't recall it. Hello? Hello? Yeah, there is a way down, you know. The weird, wonderful world of Train Sim World. 5 passengers. Oh, you can go down. I couldn't remember whether you could or not. Can't remember how far we can't get out any further. Yeah, good evening, James. Train spotting. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for watching. That's much appreciated. So that's a couple of runs down, and then we are next on the Class 710, and we're going to do a kind of a test service this time on the West Coast Mainline. So it's a rare chance, because usually when you're driving the 710 Aventura, we're kind of stopping every few yards, but it's a bit different with this one. We can actually get this out onto the main line, because this is the 2019 timetable, when they, at this point, they hadn't quite come into full active service, as it were. Well, the international platforms just part of the normal game on the Southeastern high-speed bit. Good question, and Mace Taze will tell you definitively. Probably looking it up on Wiki, but they were a few years back, because for a while they were Thunderbird trains, and they were used by Virgin as kind of rescue trains. They also used to haul the services from Crewe to Holyhead as well. You would get, some of them were Pendolinos, but then they attached a 57 on the front and took it through to Holyhead. But I can't remember if there's any actually an active service. Oh, I tell you what, yes, there is. They're actually still used on the Great Western, on the Night Riviera, the Paddington to Penzance sleeper, and they are still very much going. Yes, indeed, James. I've been on that a few years back, actually. I can't remember, it's probably 10 years ago or more now, but took the sleeper down to Penzance. Right, so we're back onto the West Coast Mainline south. Back on the 2019 timetable. Well, not really, is the answer to that, Christopher. It's the Penzance sleeper, but it does I can't remember if it stops at Reading, but it's certainly part of the Reading line. Now I think most of these are obviously just normal Euston to Watford junction, but yeah, it's 1750 we're going to do. 5Q42 Wellston depot. I mean, it says part 1, but we're only going to take it to Milton Keynes in the first part. Ah, right, okay, I didn't realise that, Scooby. So a bit like what Virgin used to do with the Thunderbird trains. Yeah, and I'd still like a 47 come to that. I guess from the advertising point of view and the announcements, they kind of wanted to emphasise it's not a steam train, but it is a classic diesel train. You know, we don't want to think that we've put any old train on the front to take us through to Carlisle.
TPWS operational. TPWS and AWS operational.
Is there an echo in here? So we're due off at 1752. You should have stayed on Carlisle Citadel Station. I think that's what I'd have been tempted to do. I did have a bit. I've only been to Carlisle once. I did have a bit of a walk from the station, but I don't know it massively. Evening, Mark Moss, and I know you love Liverpool. You've mentioned that before. Yeah, so we're kind of looking back. London's that way, and then we're going northbound to Milton Keynes. Yeah, welcome as ever, Mark, and I know you've watched these streams a few times. Thanks for watching, and quick word to say as well, anybody new watching tonight, not watched before, if you consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. And as ever, thank you very much to all the loyal followers, new and old, that carry on watching these streams. It's great to have the live chat, and it makes the time fly by absolutely incredibly, really. Now, I did record this for the intro, so I know that signal down there is lurking. There's a ground signal. Oh, there we go, we've got clearance. Yeah, thank you very much, Christopher. That's really appreciated. Did you have a 57 on the back as well, Christopher? I know that certainly fits in my category anyway. I'm just amazed how quickly the time passes, really. I mean, you think here we are in April, it doesn't seem 5 minutes ago since I was doing the Christmas stream, and you know, we're sort of, what, 7 months into these live streams as well, since September, when Trains and World 5 first came out. This is the first time I've ever gone at this speed with this Adventurer. When this timetable is meant to be. The North Circular down below, and then Wembley. Very much do, Christopher, and I mean, I don't know, my mood obviously takes me on a different path some weeks, and you know, sometimes my brain's more in gear than others. It's just how it goes, but yeah, I kind of do, and it's difficult. It's difficult always to be completely fresh, because you know, we're often covering routes that, you know, I'm not saying you've seen a million times before, but thankfully we are getting new stuff coming out, and you know, this 2019 timetables just breathe a new bit of excitement into the West Coast Mainline South. Yeah, I'd love to see the. I've got quite a soft spot for the 455. I would love to see the 455 in the game. You know, the Voyagers. I think everybody talks about the toilet smell when you go in them on real life, but again, they're kind of here, there, and everywhere. It'd be quite useful for the game. You've got an amazing, immense knowledge, Amaze Taze, which is great. Yeah, thanks for the support. Ah, good evening, Dave Edge. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching. It's really appreciated. Yeah, definitely so. 100%. Still full of excitement for the amount of trains and traffic that's on this route. I have to say, I mean, both of you really, but you know, your enthusiasm very much shines through, which is great. I mean, I've said this before, but you know, as you'll realise by now, I'm kind of, I can think of useless things to say over the course of the 4 hours, but it would be hard going to do the 4-hour stream every single week if there was not the support and the chat to keep the interest going. It certainly makes it damn sight much easier. And I think when you're driving a train on the game, and you kind of see the next station stops, you know, like in this case 30 odd miles away, I won't say it's boring, you still can enjoy it, but it's not quite the same as when there's this chat going on. Bad news, Christopher, on Shrewsbury, by the way, but I know it's been an inevitable thing for many weeks. Better point of view from the Stoke and Port Vale perspective, though. I mean, I think Vale lost, but I think they're still top of League Two, and Stoke much needed another win. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I don't want to say we're safe because you know, you lose the next couple of games and it's back to being perilous again. Going to get the half-time coffee off Dan tonight, I'm not sure. Right, double yellow, we're all right. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think I read somewhere it's was it the first time in 10 years that that you'll be facing this upcoming season in League Two. Fingers crossed, bounce back next year. Oh, thank you very much, Dave. That's much appreciated. Yeah, wow, there you go. That's some record in its own right. And I think I've mentioned it once earlier on, but just to say, the plan for next weekend will be, and this will going to be the last weekend for a while. We'll be back on Sundays again after next weekend, but it's kind of FA Cup semi-final weekend, so I think I'm going to go for a Friday night stream. So it might be, potentially, it might be 3 hours on Friday rather than 4. But after that, there's going to be a clear run on Sundays. I can't see anything stopping us from being Sunday after that. I actually haven't, James. Yeah, it certainly is, Dave. Yeah, this is, I mean, you could look this up on Google Earth, but we're heading towards Watford Junction, and you will find in reality, as we come round the bend, there's a kind of an industrial retail park, and you can see it, there's a Tesco and a petrol station and various other shops, and it's exactly like this in real life. But James, yeah, I've not got round to putting that in. I quite like the look at the East Coastway timetable mod. Again, it's just breathing new life into an old route, and I do like the East Coastway. Actually, that's a route I don't think I've ever actually done on the live streams. That's a good question. I think I've got there's one for the Tees Valley, which adds in the Pacer, and I've got 2 in for this West Coast Mainline South. So we've got this 2019 timetable, which we're doing now, and we've got the Forks timetable installed. But there's quite a good few ones that are worth doing. The Trains and Community website's a brilliant resource for stuff like that, and these people keep on updating them as well. I mean, this is very slightly upgraded timetable. I think it's version 1.1 that has been put in today. Oh, have I missed something? Oh, right, yeah, sorry, yeah, I can see it. I'm just keeping an eye out on these signals. Oh, that's nice to see. We've got a Freightliner service waiting, presumably waiting for a signal. Oh, I like that. Yeah, bloody cheek. Yeah, very good, excellent. There you are, my two longest serving supporters, because you were there right from the start, certainly from the opening couple of live streams anyway. Yeah, very much so. I've been on the Settlement Carlisle in real life, and I mean, it's actually, from a train simulator point of view, it's on Train Sim Classic as well, but it's a slightly boring route to drive on the train game actually. But there was a campaign, and you could watch documentaries about it on YouTube from in the 80s, but British Rail were hell-bent on actually getting the line closed, and they cited a huge bill in terms of getting Ribblehead Viaduct repaired and up to scratch. It was considered to be in a poor state, so they kind of had a campaign to close the whole line down, but there was a huge campaign about it because, of course, it is going through such amazing beauty along the way, and thankfully it stayed open and still relatively thriving, really, partly with tourist traffic as well. But good evening, Adam, and welcome again to the stream. Good evening. Hope you're well. No, there isn't, James. It's if you go up close, you can go inside the carriages, but it is the Great Western Railway coach seats, and it's just literally a reskin. I don't think you can do anything about that in terms of the free mod, but it certainly looks the part. I think nowadays, I think it does all right for itself. I think it's reasonably popular enough, but yeah, if British Rail had had their way, it would have been closed in the 1980s. You know, you're the first person that's actually asked that, Dave. I'm not really called Power. Very good. I like it. Very good. Excellent. well, I used to think I got the power until the train started breaking down on me. No fault of the driver, of course. Yeah, definitely, James, and you know, I think this has been talked about endlessly because, you know, I mean, this mod that we're playing on now just adds so much gameplay. I mean, I think there's something like 1,500 hours of 1,500 services, so it's really breathed a lot of life into it. But sadly, I mean, I don't know the technicalities, but sadly it's just not possible to get these mods available into the game for console users. Very true. Very true. In fact, when we get to Milton Keynes, he's definitely forgotten tonight. So I think it might just have to be a quick. Trip to the kitchen to make myself a coffee. Oh yes, of course, yeah. I've showed him. I think I mentioned the other week, didn't I? But I've played him that clip. The funny thing is, I'd completely forgotten about it until you mentioned it, and yeah, we enjoy watching that. Dan, and I just love out the fact that he's not perturbed in the least, and he's absolutely convinced that it's because he can't hear him rather than he might be ignoring him. Yes, that's true, isn't it? Yeah. You know, I bet there's people watching on the stream who haven't got a clue we're talking about. Manuel of Faulty Towers? I'm from Barcelona. I think what's his name? But I think the chap who played him had to endure quite some blows from John Cleese on occasions because I think, you know, supposed to hit him very lightly, but kind of the adrenaline flow of recording in front of an audience and recording a programme, and I think he used to hit him a bit more than he intended to. That's right, absolutely, max power, yeah. I have played Train Sim Classic on the stream, and I do it from time to time, and I'll always post videos. I mean, at the moment we've had a bit of a run of doing Train Sim World 5, and you know, graphically it's so much superior, but I've definitely got some videos coming up that I'm going to record soon for Train Sim Classic. That's right, yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Andrew Sachs. Yeah, seems like a decent bloke. And of course, he's not really Spanish. And I have posted one other video on the channel from an old World of Subways route, which it's quite an old game now, from the early, well, I say old game, about 2010 I think it was, and that did like, we went from Hammersmith and we went round the circle, but it's quite old, but it's quite good as well in some ways. Yes, I'm absolutely right. Yeah, should really be, shouldn't it? Should be drinks, drinks all round. All right, Adam. Which route is that? I do have something installed on the game as well called Transim, if I can say it right, Transim. Never bought the Munich one, but I've got the Vienna one, which I absolutely love. I mean, I haven't got a clue about the speed limits and there's bits and bobs that I haven't got a clue about what I'm doing, but it's absolutely great, and you get some good traffic in and around the city. No, I've certainly never played OMSI. I quite like the look of these things, and I must admit I was semi-tempted when they brought out the that London route, and the idea of driving a bus around London looked quite appealing, but it's just kind of so old graphically. It's like going back in time. I have to say, if they brought out a British bus simulator that was a bit like this, and this level of realism, I probably would go for it. I was watching the latest versions of that Berlin bus simulator thing, and that kind of is this standard graphically, but it's not quite so exciting not being in the UK. I mean, the thing is, I'm bad enough driving a train where I've got tracks taking me to the right place. Just imagine what mayhem I'd get up to on a bus. Oh yes, of course. Yeah, you mean like in real life? Yeah, yeah. Yes, I remember that. You can go out to Dumfries, and I can't remember if it even extends out to Stranraer, does it? Yeah, cheers. Absolutely right. The thing is, I mean, you know, driving a train, at least you've kind of only got to worry about stopping and starting, but on a bus, you have to sort out the passengers as well, and you know, okay, you've kind of got some of them getting on with cards, this, that, and the other, but there's even like dispensers for giving out the change, and just a huge palaver. Right. Yeah, spot on. I mean, I remember you know, even as recently as the 80s, I don't think they do them now. It used to kind of get Stranraer sort of boat trains going down to Euston. Might even have been, were they some of the motor rail ones? I can't remember now. But I can remember, you know, being on the West Coast Mainline and seeing the Motorlink train. So you got people's cars on the back. It's this unique way of driving the train, loading your car onto the back of the train and then going up to your destination and driving off in your own car. Kind of like connecting with them is what I mean. So you had, like with Harwich, you got the boat train from Liverpool Street, so it kind of used to go non-stop, I think, to connect with the port at Harwich. So the idea being it would be convenient for a connecting ferry. Go back to steam days, there was the odd train where they would actually load the carriage onto the boat itself, but I think that was I don't think that was particularly successful or done very widely. But lots of these kind of extraordinary and unusual type of trains just don't exist nowadays. You know, it's the same with the sleeper. There used to be loads of sleepers all over the place, but nowadays you're only going to get you only get the Caledonian sleeper and the Night Riviera, just two left. No, sadly not. No. Yeah, that could be a little bit like James Bond style, couldn't it? It's you know, you come to the end of the track and then we carry on with the you know, the secret track under the line. You know, the buffer stops suddenly lower down to the ground, and then we carry on in this special track. Yes, indeed. Yes. Anyway, I spoke too soon. I haven't got to get. Thanks, Dan. Cheers. Well, coffee has come. Bang on cue. Sorry about no coffee for everybody else. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I remember the Spy Who Loved Me. I was watching an interview with Roger Moore the other day, just randomly, and I think he was making a joke about, you know, sort of, oh, I did all my own stunts. Of course, you know, I really jumped off that cliff with the parachute. Yes, I've only flown with Ryanair once, and I was sitting next, we went with a friend who was kind of quite ginormous, so we actually sat on the front row, so we paid a little bit extra to give ourselves a little bit of extra leg room. To be fair though, it was absolutely bang on time. He is. He's the best. which one it is, but there's some sort of James Bond film as well where I think it was supposed to be a train in Eastern Europe, but it was in reality the Need Valley Railway somewhere near Peterborough. Yeah, well, we weren't too far off, I suppose. Oh yes, I forgot to ask you actually. How was your time away? How was Benidorm? Yeah, I think you're right, Adam. Yeah. Yes, Octopussy. That's right. Yeah. That was one of the ones where I think View to a Kill and Octopussy were. I mean, I know nothing about films, but James Bond a little bit more about. But I think that those were the ones where Roger Moore was starting to look a little bit elderly in the role. The idea with this service, by the way, is when we get to Milton Keynes here, I don't know if there's the return leg, but I think you're supposed to then take it back down to Euston, but we're only going to go as far as Milton Keynes this time. Ah, excellent. Ah, I bet he's got a few stories to tell. Good evening, Richard. I'm fine, thank you, and welcome to the stream on this lovely Easter Sunday. Yeah, thank you very much for watching. Always appreciating the time anybody takes out to watch the streams. I know you mentioned the other week about Dale Charman, Christopher, about his trips to Thailand. It's not putting him off from going though. I think he's, I don't know if he's there now or he's just recently gone. And he's talked about some of his experiences, but I think he's perfectly capable of looking after himself. He's got exactly the right attitude to it as well. Yes, yeah, absolutely. He did. He's got exactly the right attitude, and the fact is, if you kind of tell yourself, well, I couldn't give a damn, then it doesn't matter, does it? You know, you're going to be fine. And the thing is, as long as you don't let it get to you, something like that, then you're just under perfect control, and it doesn't matter. Like a top bloke, and it's just a shame that we're not going to get any more Piccadilly line runs, but at least there's a fair few in the archive that he did, because he was doing it for months. As long as TfL never insist on those being taken down. Right. I'm sure these adventurers will run up and down for various testing reasons before being let out into the regular service, so this would be one of those. Yeah, maybe, and you know, I don't know. I suppose it's all about who approved it, who agreed it. Ah, right, okay, I know, yeah. Even if it went into England, you can't say it's part of Europe these days, can you? Yeah, definitely, and which is, I mean, it's good news from the transport, from the TSW point of view, because they've got this very active license with TfL. So we've now had the Bakerloo line, we've had the Goblin line, we've had the Watford DC lines, we've got the Mildmay line, which is going to be extended. So hopefully they'll carry on supporting Trainson World 5. Ah, okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, maybe. You might be right, Christopher. Ah, good evening, Peacefuls. I'm very well, thank you. Hope you are as well. Thanks again for watching the live stream. Just keeping an eye out on this signal, because it'd be an awful shame to get all the way to Milton Keynes only to come up short. I've got a suspicion it's going to clear just as we get to the signal, but you can't take anything for granted. Yeah, it has. Yes, that's right. I mean, we had that thing with the those Aviro 805s and the 807s going up and down the West Coast Mainline as well for months on end. It seemed an absolute age before they entered service. Ah, right, okay. Oh, early news, May says. You beat me to it in terms of the arrival, so I don't know if that means I'm running a little bit late. Yes, indeed. Yeah, no announcements. did come on briefly yesterday, very briefly, during the recorded video yesterday. Yes, indeed. So we're poised at 1-1 after I won the last one by the skin of my teeth. You know, this bait platform nearly caught me out last time, you know. I think I've bumped into these buffer stops before now. There's going to be scores on the doors, Miss Ford, any second. Dun, 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 dun. Right, well, completed the objective, and the score is 11-9-4-6. Oh, wow. Oh, well, damn close. Well done, mate. Yeah, 2-1 to you. We're getting some close contests, and I have to say, it's improving my driving. I'm sure it's improving your driving as well. That was the Class 710 Eventra, which you would normally see on London Euston to Watford Junction, but this is the 2019 timetable, and they were entered into active service towards the end of 2019. So this was kind of a test run. We went from the depot at Euston through to Milton Keynes. Yeah, my pleasure. Let me just get the light on. It's beginning to go slightly, not dark, but I don't want to be fumbling around in the dark. Yeah, absolutely. Right, okay, so that's that then. So let's do the usual thing of yes, well, we did actually I did that on last week on the stream. We did because this 2019 timetable's got the Milton Keynes to Wembley, and as well as you having the Watford Junction to Wembley. So I'm just going to do what I always do, which is just quit the game, just so as to improve our chances of it not crashing on us. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, completely agree on that. Because yeah, I mean, it's all well and good for me. You know, I'm trying to read the chat, but yeah, I mean, I've not got to type anything in, have I? I could just literally do that and hopefully concentrate as best I can on the game. So yeah, it's an interesting challenge, and I said this last week, but I still haven't done anything about it. I need to just install download a storage thing so that we can get a multi-stream video. I mean, that'll be a recorded one, but the idea is the Maze Taze will do a run at some point, and then I'll show you the both runs side by side on the screen, and I can kind of do a little bit of a commentary. That'll be on one of the recorded videos. So I've been mentioning it for weeks and months, but I must get round to moving forward with it at some point. That's right, exactly. And you know, it's kind of, you're thinking at the same time. You know, you're not only typing, but you're answering questions, and you are giving other stuff thought as well. So it really does amaze me when you watch the videos of real train drivers, and they just seem to be able to do it completely tunnel-minded, and they can chat to people, but they're observing absolutely everything about the line in front of them. Well, probably the same could be said for me. Right, so we're going to do that Railtour run now. We're going back in time a bit on the class 87. We're going to go from Scooby's Primrose Hill. So we're going back up to Milton Keynes again as it goes, but different type of traction altogether. So we're doing the 1720, so it's a Norwich to Crewe, but we're picking it up at Primrose Hill, which is of course just outside Euston. I like it. Well, of course, you've had some practice yourself at TSW, haven't you? Because you've played on the Bakerloo line. So we might possibly, mind you, know, this is about an hour. This is just over an hour, isn't it? So yeah, this will be just about perfect actually in terms of timing. Right, I've loaded up the wrong one. Do apologise. Yes, indeed, Scooby. Yeah, it's one of those places that I automatically think now. Sorry, Mace Tays, if you picked the other service now. But yeah, let's get the right one. That's the one I meant to pick. Norwich to Crewe. I know, they keep on advertising it, don't they? And I'm kind of not tempted at the moment, even if it was donated to me. I'm kind of not that bothered about it somehow. Right, so here we are at Primrose Hill. So we'll do that quick thing about getting the vigilance thing set up. What do? Control C, don't we, to crouch down. Into the engine room we go. Never found my way about this place. Right, that's what the one we want. The DSD, the DVD. It's funny, it calls it both a DSD and a DVD there, but it definitely is a DVD. Driver vigilance device, I think. Hope we're going the right way now. Yeah, it must be that cab, because so let's get the AWS thing set up now. All right, fantastic. Amazing. Sorry about that. Leading people on a song and dance. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. Now, something I've always banged on about as well, but I haven't really had a chance to show it off properly. But this is the this was the old turntable, and it's now a music venue. And I was kind of disappointed when Trainsim Classic omitted this from their route. I have to say that is absolutely stunning. Oh yeah, we haven't done me thing about that. Yeah, maybe I should do one of those videos, you know, having a real rant about the we've got the brakes properly off, haven't we? About the Thomas line. Yeah, that's right. I mean, the reality is, I think on the Mile Main line or North London line, it literally only goes for a few hundred yards, so there is a bit missing. I'll say you've got the whole thing on Trainsim Classic. If you download, there's a backdated version of the route where they've kind of joined the two up. Yes, indeed. Oh, no, we have got the AWS. I was worried then for a sec. I'm the same. I mean, I keep going back to the West Coast Mainline over Shat, but I don't keep playing this unit. So, but it's lovely to, absolutely lovely to drive. Oh, there's the Network Rail HST as well, getting into Euston, waiting for us to go past. Again, it's just a fabulous little excursion putting in this route, this run, I should say. Well, I mean, I'd love to grab an equaliser, but it's either going to be 2-2 or 3-1. Bets are on. Not sure I'd be backing myself anyway. Good point, yeah, probably about the same. I mean, I drove this run for a few hundred yards earlier on, but that was just to get the view that you saw on the intro at the start of the video. Yeah, I'd say similar. I know we did a run actually at the end of stream, and it probably was about 6 weeks ago. We did a Carlisle to Preston, and yeah, I reckon that's probably the last time I've driven it. Great minds think alike. To the timetable, but having said that, you can easily put it into free roam, and it wouldn't be massively different. Also, have a look on Creators Club, which certainly is available for console users, isn't it? So there's bound to be, you'll find an 87 Railtour, I can guarantee, on the consoles. It might not be the exact same one. Of course, the one thing you do need is West Coast Mainline over Shap. But as long as you've got that, then you're bound to be able to find something that you can do. The thing is, you'd have the fun of driving it out of Euston as well. Through the yard again. That's that 710 we've just driven, isn't it? It was round about this time. Okay. I did notice that there was some yeah, we're all right. I was a bit worried about that signal for a minute, but we're okay. I noticed. Ah, there we go. We changed it already. I did notice on Creators Club that there is some carriages representing the Northern Bell stock, so at some point I'm sure we could do a steam run somewhere on the game. This is the kind of things that sometimes happens on rail tours where, yeah, I mean, you can see there we're going through Wembley Yard, South Junction. So it's the sort of thing you wouldn't find on a usual passenger run, but it happens sometimes on these. I think Pathfinder had a reputation for used to kind of run rail tours for enthusiasts, and they would do exactly this sort of thing, just so that enthusiasts, trade spotters, call them what you like, could go through yards that they would never normally experience. Excellent. Oh well, that worst ways of spending a night. Because I've kind of forgotten, but you've got some of the services that are something like a 4-day tour, haven't you? But I can't remember if they use the same carriages or whether that's an entirely different set of stock. You know, I'm not sure this is a bit of the West Coast Mainline I've ever been on. See what signal there is. We're obscured by the trees. Yeah, definitely. It's interesting, isn't it? We've got the mail depot built. I think they kind of built it not long before the demise of the regular Royal Mail traffic as well. Yeah, hope I can fit some in, all being well. Short Farm, that's the roundhouse, isn't it, that we saw, the old timetable. That was the name I was trying to think of. Thanks, James. Yes, the 325s, yeah, of course you can drive those in Train Sim. Classy. Yes, it would. It'd make a good little unit, and when they were kind of built specifically to to run the mail trains and then very much underused. Well, this is a cracking scenario, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if there's anybody else that's uploaded it, but there we are, Royal Sovereign 87002. Which I think is still going. I think that's the one that they carried on into Caledonian livery, wasn't it? Yes, well, there's an excellent video. I mean, we've mentioned her a couple of times, but G Loves Trains stopped at the Airbnb just before Christmas a couple of years back and posted a great little video. And actually, she was quite lucky as well because it kind of started snowing, I think, as I recall. But I'd absolutely love to stop on either a railway cottage or something like that. I mean, there is a special website about railway cottages, but that would really, really tickle my fancy. Yes, it's it was. I say it was the Caledonian sleeper one, and yeah, it's carried on into. Thankfully, it's one of the ones that's. Is that part of the thing that did the that Friday charter thing a couple of years back? Yes, that's right. LSL, Locomotive Services Limited. And again, you know, not to keep banging on about videos that I've recorded, but I did do a run from Euston to Milton Keynes, and then I've done part 2 of it, I think, to Birmingham New Street on Train Sim Classic. Well, part 1 I did in Train Sim World, and I actually found a reskin of this in the Intercity Swallow livery, and I put a HST power car on the back to act as the DVT. Oh yes, of course, I haven't pressed me T of that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 18. Yeah, 1748. Oh, crikey! This is known in the business as an interlude, isn't it? This is where we should start the music, shouldn't we? It's like the DJ that needs to. Put that into neutral. Yeah, and I always think of 86401 in the Network Southeast livery, and I remember one of the video that I had from the probably the late 80s or early 90s, but I can remember the line in the video where they said it was specially painted to run the Northampton Cobbler service, but it very rarely did. And of course that Northampton Cobbler train was with old Mark 1, battered old Mark 1 stock running on the commuter services. Now I'm just wondering, now I've put it into neutral, does that mean me DSD is going to not go off? I'm hoping that's not. Going on. Let's just have a bit of a wander down the train. good to see that we've got some passengers on board. Yeah, I know I should have, shouldn't I, really? Love the little sound that makes as well when you press it, because that's exactly how they sounded. Because these are all first class carriages as well on this Railtour. Don't think we got a buffet car, have we? As I recall looking down the side of it. Yeah, there's a lot on this Railtour. Sorry about the wait, folks. We should be moving in a few minutes. I mean, sadly, on the Mark 3 stop that we have on West Coast Mainline over Shap, the buffet car doesn't have an open bar, which would have been quite a nice little thing to have had, and you know, sort of representing the snacks and everything. Looking forward actually to having the Mark 1 buffet car, which was such a sight in the 80s. Nope. I better remember to shut this door, because if we forget, then we're going to have an issue with moving the train off when we get the signal. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is exactly the sort of thing you'd get in real life on a rail tour, where you would get held for some time. With that little bobbing motion, you know, of you literally, the idea is you're climbing the steps. So we've got, what, 3.5 minutes left. Quick look over here, but it's good to see the attempt at the depth. I never realised that. I don't know if that's that might be part of the expansion pack. I can't imagine that was on the Dovetail Games one, because DB Schenker is a possibility, because they do have the Deutsche Bahn license. Certainly been, I remember going to Wembley, that distinctive building there at office building I remember as well, and I could be wrong, but I've got a suspicion that you would take this road probably up here to make your way towards Wembley. Ah, right, yeah, that's a good point actually. Is it actually on the game? I can remember what... That isn't it, is it? I don't think. I can remember what the McVitie's factory looks like. See, it's stupid little things like that you know, generally they don't do it for licensing reasons, which, you know, I kind of fully understand, but it really does add to that immersion. Going on in Wembley Yard. Yeah, I kind of broke my broke the Flying Scotsman in the other day because I've not done a video with it before, not driven it really properly, but I have to say it's not the most difficult train to drive, actually. I mean, you look at the complexity of some of the trains that's on the game, and I was kind of astonished to realise earlier on that I was going to do the TGV originally, but I found that it takes, I think it's something like 13 steps to get it going. Marvellous. Yep, there we go. Yep, so I've got a single yellow as well. But at least it gave us a chance to have a look around, because sometimes with these things you don't always get the chance to... That's such a sound from my childhood as well. The sound of the motors whirring up. I mean, I think I've said in the little bio thing on the channel, but my first memory of trains was actually sort of in the Stoke area, not far from Stoke Station really, but I can remember being taken in my pushchair and looking down on the on what would have been a fairly newly electrified line, actually only been sort of in service 5 or 6 years before, but I can remember seeing the old electrics whirring past. Very much looking forward to the 86 coming out as well from Just Trains. Yeah, absolutely, and I think that you do, don't they? That these things stay with you for the all your life. I mean, actually, when we did that 390 run from Euston to Glasgow, and I recorded that intro, a place called Stableford. Well, again, just up from there was Whitmore, and well, both at Stableford and Whitmore, my father used to take me many times to watch the trains go by, and he was a great train fanatic as well. He loved trains, but you're sort of captivated by the sight and sound of them, and it just stays with you for life, really. I've not even given any thought to whether this service was stopping anywhere, but we actually are stopping at Watford Junction. Take it on into Watford Junction then. Yeah. I mean, I know for you that you mentioned before, you remember, being near to the Great Eastern Mainline, the Javelin line, and the site of the trains there. Yeah, absolutely. Great memories, and I mean, my father's no longer with me as well, but he certainly loved the trains, and I mean, he grew up with the steam trains, and it was still, well, just after LMS really. It would have been British Rail, but or British Railways as they were kind of called initially. One of the reasons really why I love trains, both new and old. I love the new stuff coming along, because it's quite exciting to see new trains and see what they are like, but it's also great to have the nostalgia element of driving old trains like this. We've kind of got a competition going on, haven't we, really? And as much as there's that 350 waiting for us to get clear. I think Scooby wants the East Coast Mainline south, and I think you definitely want the Javelin. And of course, what will Dovetail Games do? They'll probably go for the third option and do the Midland Main Line from St Pancras. Funny thing is, I'm sure I mean, I would love that. I like both. To be fair, I'd be quite happy with both, but I do think the Great Eastern Main Line's got quite a bit of character about it. I love some of the old stations and the canopies, and it's just interesting. They'll say, no, we'll gain the whole distance, we're going to do Liverpool Street to Norwich, but I think we'd probably all be happy with Liverpool Street to Ipswich. And again, it's that ideal time, isn't it? Something like, just over an hour's drive, which is sort of the absolute, the vast majority of the DLC from DTG tends to be that kind of duration. I'd be happy any era as well. I mean, I'd be happy to see the flirt in the game in the modern era. I know they constantly go on about Greater Anglia being difficult to get a licence with, and once it's out of the franchise and part of Great British Railway, maybe a bit different. Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, he's he's the executive producer, so I'm sure they have discussions around the table endlessly about different routes, but ultimately somebody's got to make the choice. It would. But also I wouldn't be massively upset if it was, sort of back to the era of 86s and, that old DVT, if they could stick that on the back, whatever they were called. The ones off the push-pull Glasgow-Edinburgh carriages, weren't they? They looked very strange because you had a flat train running in the wrong direction. Hello to, I've just realised, Point A Rail as well, slightly higher up in the chat. Apologies, I missed that one. But yeah, thanks for watching. Yeah, massively looking forward to the 86 coming out. I mean, there's a possibility of doing a timetable and scenarios for this route, along with the reskin of the Southern 313. But yeah, as you say, I mean, it'd be great for doing freight runs as well. We could do a full freight run from Milton Keynes to Stratford. Those two signals are together, but hopefully we'll be alright. Yeah, we'll definitely be alright. So they keep you on your toes, don't they, these Railtour runs? Just when you think that everything's going all right for you. So, well, we're on double yellow anyway. I mean, we've seen models moved whatever the expression is, but we've seen one model used on for both versions of the train game, so you know there's kind of every chance that the Alan Thompson flirt could be used, I'm sure, in Train Sim World 5. Yeah, it certainly keeps you on your toes, and you know, again, I think I said yesterday when we were I was doing the Stratford run, but it's kind of that challenge of remembering what the last signal was. You really have to concentrate and remind yourself on this point. So I hope you don't mind the idea of the next stream being on Friday. So it'll be Friday night. But then, as I say, after that, after FA Cup semi-finals, then we should be clear then for quite some time. Because the Cup final itself, of course, is on a Saturday, so there's no issues with that. Right, we've got yellow. Probably should be in hold, shouldn't it? I mean, I've made the point of putting the DVD on, but then you keep almost getting caught out by it. You just keep constantly remembering to have to press it all the time, but yeah, it's knocked off and not having it on. I love the wheel flange sound as well. I think that's incredible. Yeah, exactly right, Scooby. Exactly right. And this is very much the sound of my childhood. I know they use the Armstrong Powerhouse sounds, but I mean, I love driving the Pendolino as well, but it's great fun driving one of these old trains. Yeah, I mean, I would love to I'd love to see the 91 in the game. I mean, I can remember those being brand new as well. There's a great Channel 4 documentary. It was part of the Equinox series, Running to Time, and you know, I bet you both watched it, but that's on YouTube now, and it was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I've got a soft spot for the old 455s as well. I mean, whether dovetail games are ever going to venture into Waterloo or not remains to be seen, because again, I think they're a bit scared of really busy stations. Scared when I see a red signal at the end of the platform. Yes, it's funny because they said in that documentary, yeah, that they actually said, although it's already better known as the Electra, but of course that was really only ever I don't know why I put the master switch to off, by the way. It was only ever really probably a name that they used in terms of, you know, sort of the team building it.
TV recording is in operation at this station for the purpose of security and safety management.
Yes, I mean, I love the old clickety-clack sound, and you know, you still get it on some lines, but not so much. Well, certainly not on any main lines. And I know King Charles once talked about the demise of that clickety-clack sound, and again, it's just a lovely sound. I mean, if there was ever a sound that would send you to sleep on a train, it's that. But in you know, in a good way. I do find this 87 much more intuitive to drive though than some of the old diesels. I mean, I was driving, you know, obviously the 37 on that Railtour thing that I did on Good Friday. Yes, it really was, and it was a fascinating documentary. You know, just taking you through the whole building process, and they also talked to I think it was Metcam wanted to Metro Camel who built the carriages, and was just fascinating to listen to. Yeah, I think I certainly wasn't I? Perhaps a bit more than that. Yeah, 3 minutes. Well, 2.5. Similar, isn't it, perhaps? Remember they had a kind of a mock-up of the cab made out of wood. I've been a bit naughty actually because I did something that a driver should never do, because I set off from the station without giving a second's thought to what the signal ahead should actually be. At Spy Green. I can spy green, so we're alright. I mean, I don't know whether the repeaters are all perfect on this West Coast Mainline South, but after the shenanigans on the North London line, I don't trust them anymore. Right, so we've got 20 odd minutes, haven't we? One thing I do love about Train Sim World is the fact that when you get to the end of the scenario, you don't get this business like with Train Sim Classic of it not completing the scenario just because you're slightly late. Because it's all well and good, but you go back in a few months later and you haven't got a clue whether you've done that scenario or not. The accelerating sound and the sound of the motors as well as you're notching up as well, and even the fact that you have to notch up, the fact that you can't just bang the thing into full power and hope for the best. Yeah, 100%. I've kind of forgotten the chap's name at OTS who created this, but I wrote it down last week. I think it was I get it mixed up, but his either real name is John or he's known as Josh, or it's the other way round, but absolutely every respect for what he's done. You know, he's created a work of art that many of us will get hours and hours and hours of enjoyment out of. Yeah, absolutely.
Coast Mainline South first came out, it was good to see freight in there, but to begin with we just got a succession of intermodal stuff, so now it really does feel like the West Coast Mainline. Great work. Really appreciate it. You know, which is in itself amazing, really. We are on quite an incline, aren't we? Perhaps that's the issue. On slightly, that was why. That's all that was. But I presume I'm right in saying I'm guessing this cargo line 3 will be pretty much day one purchase for you when it comes out. At least it's reasonably priced. I think is it $9.99? Got that, and then we'll be looking forward to the main road map. That'll be far away. good to see them finally being out. And I keep thinking now and again, like, you know, there's, you know, sort of to say, well, there's not really much coming out at the moment, but then you kind of think, well, there is. Yes, I did read that actually. Yes, I saw that. Because I think that's kind of one of the most commonly requested things on the forums. People constantly say, you know, why is it only the Class 66? I think he kind of said to you, he said, look, if somebody's got access to it, you know, we'd love to do it. Again, when I did that bit of filming the other week, I saw a Class 60 coming through. I was just absolutely amazed, having not spent perhaps a lot of time watching the trains come through on the main line for quite a while, just how much freight there was. You know, we had a point where we had 2 freight trains passing each other and just loads going on. Saw a 60 out in action on the real line. Challenge getting again the 86 through on the North London line. Because there'll be those constant adverse signals all the time. Totally sure yet what we're going to get on Friday's stream. See if I can get a video up in the week. But if I do a midweek video, it'll be a Train Sim Classic run. I feel as though on Friday we've got to at least pay a little visit to Scotland again. Pay homage to Andrew, who we've not done Scotland for a while, but probably have a bit of a variation. This week kind of not had any run at all with a kind of stopping service. It's all been fairly flat out, but with the odd address. well with the MGR hopper wagons and the merry-go-round services from our station to the coal mines, but of course not so many coal mines left nowadays. Doing that 7:10 run a bit early, it was it's more or less exactly the same sunlight, but it's not a bad thing. Timing's quite tight on this really, because Christopher would have been able to tell us, but I'm sure there were a few stops where you waited for quite some time because the timetables on Railtour generally quite slack. But this feels quite tight. Oh yes, of course. I saw a bit of that last night. I must confess, I do all my power usually not to have the rain on, but it'd perhaps be good to put that in just to show something different on, because people probably observe, but I'm nearly always driving trains in lovely sunshine, which is, it looks nice, and I think it's good to see good weather, but yeah, that'd be quite nice. But it's always a shame for the console users, but there's so many very inventive people on the racing community that are constantly coming up with things to improve the game. I think Christopher, for one, would probably be quite surprised to see rain on the game. Yeah, definitely, that's a thing to do. I love the fact, again, with how much easier it is with these mods, essentially you just download them, stick them in your DLC folder with most of them, and jobs are good. There's not any faffing about at all. I'm not going to win any awards for timekeeping, for speed on this thing. I think you see the 90 mile an hour. good evening, Samuel. Welcome to the stream. What I will say is we are very much getting towards the end of things, because when we get to Milton Keynes Central, which is in the next few minutes, that will be the end of tonight's stream. But of course it'll be immediately available for watching in full, so you can, I'm not asking you to look back on the 4 hours, but if there's bits of it you fancy watching, then please have a look back. I'd be really grateful, and if you haven't done, oh, thank you very much. Ah, that's really appreciated. Thank you, Samuel. That's very kind of you. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yes, indeed, yeah. Getting there. And it kind of depends what mood I'm in. You know, it's glass half full or glass half empty moments. And it feels like, in some ways, it feels like quite a while since the 500, but getting there slowly. Yes, indeed. Well, let's go to Bletchley. Yeah, thanks for the support, Samuel. It's really appreciated. But yeah, it's great to see people still enjoying the streams. Yeah, definitely do. And I don't know whether it's partly as well the cap of the 87. Yeah, not the 7 were it sounds by default was alright, was okay, but not totally realistic. But then of course somebody came along and did, you know, a much better version of it for the PC, and that great Tony Mark. There's still kind of no excuse in a way. You kind of think, well, they seem to have a good relationship with Avanti because they allowed them to access to the trade and building it. So, you know, surely they could go back in and record proper sounds for it again at some point. But we don't need them from the PC point of view anyway, from a selfish perspective, because the sounds are already really good. We're going to be slightly behind schedule, but I think if I hadn't been faffing about with speed, we had the brakes on for a bit, so I think I'd have been on time but for that. Right, excellent. Yeah, you beat me to it. Yeah, absolutely. So I believe, you know, which is a shame, but you kind of think, well, you would have thought that at some point, you know, that's all well and good at the time, but you'd have thought Avanti would have allowed them a bit more access. I mean, you kind of, I know it's a busy railway, but you look at what the Dutch railway, the Netherlands railway allowed around them complete access. In fact, they even said, what, you want to put the emergency brakes on? Yeah, no problem. Excellence. We'll see. I'm going to be here in a matter of seconds. I think you might have this one in the bag, Base Taze, because I've gone over the speed limit goodness knows how many times. I had that period where I was pootling about at about 40 odd mile an hour when I could have got up to line speed. Yeah, I think the trophy is going to be a Base Taze's. We'll find out in a minute. So is it going to be 2-all, or is it going to be 3-1 to a Base Taze? I'll mention it now, but thank you very much for everybody that's watching. It's been another really good stream. Really enjoyed all the runs, and as ever, really appreciated anybody that's come along tonight and has subscribed. That's massively appreciated, and yeah, keep going towards that 600, as you rightly say, Samuel. The weight's killing me here. It's on the line. It's on the line. Literally. Next few seconds. I'm just thinking of Alan Partridge with his line when he got a caller who ended much quicker than he was expecting, and he kind of said, right, I'm paraphrasing it a bit, where he's like, right, it's time for the news, you know, something like that. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it as ever. Really, really appreciated, and it wouldn't be the same without the chat. Oh yeah, there you go. You see, oh, I'm way off, aren't I? There, 13,629. So convincing win, and that completes the success for you. So 3-1 for you tonight. We've had a couple of really close runs though, so it could have been. I think the issue there as well, you can see speeding. There was a few times with those 90 mile an hours that I just didn't get anywhere near. So if I'd kept me speed down to the right speed limits, then I'd have been fine. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, thanks, thanks Scooby. Thanks to Samuel. Thanks to everybody that's watched. And so Friday, I think it's going to be 7:30. So probably be 3 hours, but we'll see how we go Friday night. It'll be after the Friday night dinner. So see you all Friday. And until then, I'm Powerflower, Trains and Planes. It's a very good night to you all.